presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Marion Simon. I'm coming from the University of Potsdam. I'm a PhD student, and my focus is on automated map construction. What I would present today is, or better are, grid-based options for generalization of area polygon for statistical maps. Mostly, there are two types of statistical maps for visualization of statistical data. On the left-hand side, you can see the choropleth map type, which is colored in the administrative units for the statistics. On the right-hand side, you see the use of diagrams that are put in the administrative units as a diagram map. Both of these statistical maps have. Excuse me?
Have you shared your presentation for online presentation?
I don't know if I share.
No, I don't think so.
So.
Because otherwise, so just you.
That doesn't make sense. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. So what I have to do now? You can have a seat.
No. Here, you have to sharing your screen. No.
It's amazing.
Not working. You saw what happened. It's crazy.
So, I can get my presentation.
No. I think now it's no.
You have to, I don't know.
There it is.
I don't remember. This one, no. This one.
We put this one and we put this one in. It didn't work.
No. Which one is the presentation?
These two.
This one?
The presentation is this one.
Hello. No, I think it's okay.
Yeah.
But thanks a lot. But we start with another slide. Don't look at this one. So now we see two types of statistical maps. In both cases, statistical data are based on administrative units in this showing example. And the question arises on the detail, the needed detail of this borderline areas. So the focus is on the surroundings of these polygons, and how can there be a solution to simplify, so to generalize these administrative units in an acceptable and correct way. On this PowerPoint, you see on the left-hand side the original data set from the European Commission. And it is a polygon built by 758 vertices or points. And an optimal and correct generalization of the same unit could be in the statistical maps with just 181 vertices or points. Therefore, there's a big difference in storage efforts, for example, and the performances. You see, by the way, Albania, the very south of Albania, just as a reference, because I know who did it on the right side, and that is sufficient and acceptable, and that's the aim, let's say. So the aim is 180 vertices are enough for the presentation of data in a scale range of 1 to 1 million. Is million the same in English as well? 1 to 1 million up to 1 to 2.5. 2,500,000. Yeah, 2.5 million. So for the solution, we have requirements that the administrative units have to be recognizable by the users, and the interpretation of the map must be going fast. The boundary depiction must be correct, of course, despite the simplification, and the data maintenance must be very low as possible, and the performance for the solution must be good. The usability for non-experts has to be given, because there are a lot of, some tools are based on mathematics, for example, that can be used by experts, but non-experts who do maps very often today, there's no usability given. And so the best thing is to do it automatically, but it's not possible up to now, but we are working on it. So the high degree of automation is another requirement. What did I do? I put the original data set from 785 points and put a grid on it in a certain cell size. And the first idea was to choose all meshes or mesh cells who covered by the polygon by 60% up to nearly 100. 100% are the inside of the country, so I skip that. And what comes out is, and then, of course, and then in the relevant vertices, relevant cells are those who have at least 2 vertices, because otherwise I would increase the storage effort. And on the right-hand side was the original points of a section of the cell. And on the right-hand side is the solution where I put new vertices at the intersection points from the grid to the underlying polygon of Albania. So we have a reduction of a lot of vertices, but the question arises, what is the optimal cell size, or what size the meshes have to be? On the left-hand side, I tried first a mesh size of 10,000 by 10,000 meters. And it is a half of the original point number. So 300 and nearly 400 vertices are needed to create Albania. But my aim is 180 roundabout. Therefore, I increase the mesh size because I thought then I reduce more points. But the opposite is happening. And it's increasing the point number, and on the other hand, the recognizability of the country is not given. Yeah, as you can see at the two marked points, so it's very different. The left one is much better than the right one, but the storage effort is too high. Therefore, another idea was grown up. I changed the overlay from 60% to 30% up to nearly 100. What comes out is, on the left-hand side, you can see that the whole boundary line of the polygon is relevant. And then I have to do it like I just explained before. It's the intersection points, new vertices, and delete the other ones in between, and it doesn't make sense. So I did it another way around. I create a new polygon at the intersection points of the grid cell and the underlying polygon. It's much more faster to do it so. And yeah, we will see what comes out afterwards. The third idea was no vector-based. It was a raster-based idea. What can rasters do for generalization of vector data? So the first generalization approach arises, and it was a quadtree principle that is used. I took the polygon of Albania, put the grid cells, put the grid on it, and then choose those cells who include a section of the boundary line of the polygon and divide this cell into 4 exact equal quarters. And then the question is how often I have to do it in this way until I get a line afterwards, a boundary line that I can color black, for example. So those 3 approaches, the first one I told you doesn't make sense at all. The second one, where I create a new polygon at the intersection of grid and polygon line underneath, is a very good visualization and a good generalization for the given scale range of around about 1 to 1 million up to 1 to 2.5 million. And just for statistical maps. So the topological correctness of those administrative units is not needed. In topological maps, it is, but in statistical maps, the focus is on recognizability of the area, so everyone can read the map. This solution I tested on 2 other areas that are 10,000 square meters bigger and smaller than Albania. First of all is Slovenia, and the solution is acceptable as well. The same for Switzerland. And therefore, it could be a possibility to do it, to have an outlook afterwards, to focus on it, if you are interested in a vector-based solution. The raster-based solution could be automated, as the quadtree principle is easily, if you are a programmer, easily implemented. A pseudocode example could be, for example, here in C, that you create rectangular grid and so on. So it is a computer-friendly, machine-friendly solution type, I think. What comes out is, for example, in 5 iterations of dividing the relevant sections where the underlying polygon intersects the grid and divided in 4 equal parts, is the upper part A to B is 4 iterations of this code. And the small in number C is the projection in the original scale of 1 to 1.5 million. And the lower part is one more it's an iteration. So the line afterwards is very thin. In this raster, and you can color it, for example, black, like I did it in F. And the question is, how thin must it be, and could it be to represent the map in an acceptable way? It's another point for the outlook afterwards. The positive thing and the raster-based thing is that you can connect this cells with a third statistical map type. I don't know what's this Felderkartogramm in English. So where you can color the squares.
Rasterized area.
Oh yeah. So you can color the rasters within the administrative units. So you got a more square-looking coordinate map or something, and because of the different sizes, you can do it very detailed. But I suppose that the outcome is a very good one, because you can also connect it somewhere with satellite data from, for example. Now, I show you a solution on those 3 approaches, and I give a suggestion about the recognizability. All are recognizable. The interpretation speed is at the raster, I think, very fast. And the data storage effort is at the vector-based solution approach, I think, very low, because it's like to calculate where the intersection points are and then connect the lines and change it in an area, a polygon. And the performance is in the first one very poor, as I already told you, and the usability is, I think, it's on 3 cases is okay. It's good, and the degree of automation would be the best at the second and the third effort. So I thank you for your attention and wait for questions.
Questions? Thank you for your presentation, because this presentation remember me when I was young and I worked in Roberto Rini Lab in Lyon, because he worked a lot in this field. Just the curiosity, do you consider also this method very interesting, but it's also possible for, because now the problem of generalization is very common with the online map now.
Yes.
Yes. Normally, more than 20 years ago, when I was in Lyon, it was not about online map. Regular map. But now, obviously, this meeting can be implemented also for online map. Just
yes, of course. Because online map solutions and generalization, I saw, I don't know, what was it, Apple or something? So just that what they do is normally when you see your country much better, you scroll in, scroll out, and stuff like that. Yeah, but it's not generalization, just to switch your focus, for example. But that is not efficient. The point is, Apple, I think it was Apple, I'm not sure about it. What they did is they put on the detailed boundary line a thicker buffer zone. So when you scroll out, you have the imagination that they generalize the boundary line. But what they do is they increase the storage effort. It doesn't make sense at all. So I think you have to change the base data for your needed map.
No, because when I saw your script, your change your grid, change the file, delete the grid, etc. I saw, I don't know, from compute in front of you, it's also possible with online and in time, just in time. It's possible.
Yeah, the second solution is definitely faster in online calculation for the computers than the first one is.
I would like to add, and Marian mentioned at the end of the presentation, doing it on a raster this generalization, you can merge any kind of data with different administrative boundaries. For instance, we started this many years ago, and that's why there's one reason why it is Albania. An Albanian PhD student of mine, she researched the elections after the political changes in the 90s. There have been 5 elections in a few years only, and each time they changed the election zones. So that's one thing. And the other thing is the statistical areas are completely different. So you wanted to know, okay, who is voting for whose party? What is the social background? What is the economic background? And the only solution that you could do it was overlaying on the rest of it. And while doing it, then arose the question of what to do with the boundaries of these areas. And this is what Marian continued at present. So the long questions?
Okay. Thank you again, Marian.
Thank you very much.
We can move to the second speaker from the University of L'Aquila, Cristina Montaldi,
Francesco Zullo, Lorena Fiorini, Alessandro Marucci, and Bernardino Romano. Cristina Montaldi is here for presenting indicators engineering for the land use map analysis, a study of the Mediterranean's coastal map.
Thank you.
Share your presentation.
I think so.
Huh?
Yes, I think it's in
Okay. Perfect. It's important to start with the
yes.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Cristina Montaldi, and I am from the University of L'Aquila. I am a PhD student, and today I show you this work that we carried out with Professor Francesco Zullo, Lorena Fiorini, Alessandro Marucci, and Bernardino Romano. My research group is Planeco. We dealt with computational planning and indicator engineering. In fact, this work is about indicator engineering for land use changes analysis. And specifically, we study the Mediterranean coastal strip. As you know, the Mediterranean coastal strip is very long. It is about 16,000 kilometers. And we study the coastal strip of 500 meters with a total area of 8,000 square kilometers. The study involved about 9 countries, and that are indicated in this gray bar. As you can see, Greece, Turkey, and Italy have about the 75% of the total extension of the study area. The Mediterranean coast is very important from a naturalistic and environmental point of view. In fact, 25% of the study area is covered by Natura 2000 sites. The Mediterranean coast, as all the coastal areas in the world, have a high density population. In the Mediterranean coast, the population density is about 1,000 inhabitants for square kilometers, with a maximum value for the Istanbul areas, in which the value is 10 times higher than the average population. The data we use in this work come from Eurostat and Len Copernicus. From Eurostat, we take the administrative boundaries. Specifically, we use NUTS at level 3. NUTS means Nomenclature des Unités Territoriales Statistiques, and in total we have about 100 units. As regards the Len Copernicus, this is the data about the line cover. And specifically, we use Corriere line cover data. We use all the data available on the Len Copernicus website. We use the status layer and the layers. These two types of data have different resolution. Status layer has a minimum unit map of 25 hectares. Instead, change layers has a higher resolution. We use all the reference years available from 1990 and to 2018. So we cover a period of about 30 years. In this flowchart, we summarize the methods used. We start from the extraction of the coastal line from the NUTS at turtle level. We assign serial number from the first sector in Spain to the last in Turkey, and then we clip the status layer and change layer on this study area. Using the status layer, we calculate two important indexes that are UD and UVR. UD means urban density, and UVR means urban variation ratio. On the bottom of the slide, there is the formulation. Urban density represents the urban area that cover a specific territory. In our case, the territory is the coastal sector. And urban variation ratio represents instead the variation of urbanization in between the two cross-sections in the same study area. Using the change layer, we study the soil transformation. This is the first result. In this graph, we report the urban density for 1990 and for 2018. The first one is gray. This is the dotted line in gray, and the second is the red line. As you can see, we have different. The mean value of urban density in 1999 is 19%, and the value of and same value for 2018 is higher, is about 26%. As you can see, for 1990, the urbanization density has a lower value in different area, with some peak, for example, in Greece or in Turkey, or in the northern part of Italian coast. In the following period, the situation changed. In fact, if in 1990 we have no sector that exceeds 75% of the urban density, in the following period, we have a different part of the coast that exceed this value. That is very high. It is a very high value. If you think that the urban density at European level actually is about 7%, this value is 10 times higher. This is the geographical representation of our study. As you can see, the hotspot of urban density in 2018 are on the left, on the south part of Spain, in south part of France, and in North Italy. On the bottom, we have the map of urban variation ratio, the second index that I showed you before, and you can see the darker value represent area in which, in this period, transformation to urban uses were higher. You can see that if Spain, France, and Italy, in the bottom map, in the map on the top, are black with a high value of urbanization density, on the map on the bottom, these areas are in light gray. So it means that the urbanization process happened before 1990. That is the year in which we started the study. On the contrary, for Greece and Turkey, we have a different situation. In fact, if we exclude the area of Athens and Istanbul, for this cost, transformation happened in the study period, so from 90s to 2018. This is the first result on transformation. Specifically, this is the result about all the Mediterranean zone. As you can see, transformation, the higher transformation happens from during the 90s, and the agricultural areas, agricultural soil are most involved in this urban transformation. The line dotted and continued represents the land uptake in square kilometer per year. We can see that all the countries has the peak in the period 2000-2016. Instead, on the contrary, Turkey is the only that have the peak on 90s, and then decrease, and after 2000, it starts to increase with an asymptotical value about 2 square kilometers per year. This is the situation for each country. The first column represents a transformation from semi-natural to artificial surface. So the legend is on the bottom. You can see that between 1990 and 2018, 90% of transition are to artificial land use types. In fact, the bottom column is black for all the columns. And the country with the lowest value is Albania, followed by Croatia. All the countries exceed the 80% of transformation to artificial land use type. And Turkey, Montenegro, and Slovenia has only this type of transformation. Our results show that this territory is strongly transformed for urban use, but the data we use has a problem. That is the resolution. Resolution of 25 hectares for status layer and 5 hectares for change layers. But the urban landscape in Europe, as you can see, there's the satellite image. This is Italy, Spain, Albania, or Greece. Is very dispersed. So resolution of this type can't find these small urban areas in the coastal landscape. We have Land Copernicus produce a data with a higher resolution that is a coastal zone. But in this case, we have the problem of chrono of the year, because we have only two reference year, that is 2012 and 2018. This type of urban landscape was modeling by different university, but and in this case, for example, for Italy, we talk about sprinkling. This model was developed by our research group, and we have some reference, bibliographic reference on the bottom. So, what is the conclusion of this work? Our research highlights the strong transformation in this important area important for an environmental, from an environmental point of view, for an economic point of view. But it is important to monitor transformation that regard these territories. So we think to develop an appropriate council of indicators, for example, from environmental, urban, ecological, and demographic indexes that are capable of providing a quick feedback connected to an early warning system for potential risk caused by incorrectly planned transformation. Ensure that the effect of planned transformation are not so quick, but it's important to monitor and to implement a council of indicators to understand this transformation. I thank you for your attention.
I'm really impressed because I know very well the research from the group of L'Aquila, and they started analyzing the north of Italy, the several coastal lines of Italy. Now they analyze it from Gibraltar to Turkey, now all part of the Mediterranean area. I suppose that in next year they will study also South America all over the world. They will analyze this method. Okay, no, very interesting presentation. Now, just several suggestions. Welcome.
Sorry, we're late.
No problem. Welcome to JEG Mod 1. Okay. Previously, if other questions? Okay.
Just for understanding on slide 7, for example, there were data, the focus of how should I interpret the data? The figures are just a transformation of land use and agricultural use, for example. But in 2000, the change from 1990 until 2012, for example.
We analyzed changes between.
You focus on the changes, but in 2012, the agricultural areas are still existing, or is it just the transformation until 2000? What happens in agricultural areas, for example, you recognize in 1990 until 2000?
This graph represents transformation, the yellow bar transformation from agricultural areas to urban areas. The green, sorry for
In 2012, these new urban areas from from the first period are still existing. So is it right that just from my understanding, that it just added, for example, the new, the third category become the new part of agricultural areas on top on
each from 90 to 90, from 1990 to 2000, about 100 square kilometers of agricultural areas were transformed to urban areas. In the second period,
just a transformation, not the existing agricultural areas.
yes, yes.
Okay, other questions? Considering this graph, but also it could be interesting also to read the transformation comparing what happened in these countries in this period. For instance, okay, France has a good regulation, in my opinion. The curve is more or less close to zero, for instance. No? If you consider Albania, in 90, Albania was a very, very poor country, and the development in this year and is normal. This too, and reduced. For instance, in Italy it seems to be good, but in Italy occupied those space previously. The 90, this means that there are no spaces. I don't know how to. When you the hotspot was in close to Genoa, and I don't know because there are no space now in this place. Something in close to Genoa. You can go to the graph. No, and it's interesting to have this to read this transformation compared to what happened in these countries, also considering the economic situation, social situation, etc. Just for extending your papers.
But in the paper we have we do this consideration.
I
But
don't know what
for
happened in Turkey for this very strange curve. I don't know. It's quite impossible to read this, but probably
in the first period, Turkey planned the urbanization of the coastal areas. Then the coastal areas were saturated, and in the following period, the urbanization is more spontaneous.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions? No? Thank you again, Cristina. And Geisa Bags is not here. Okay. Wonderful. If you want to take the rest, you can be the last if you want.
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, I called Lucia Saganetti, Dino Molinaro, Valentina Santassiero, Lucia Saganetti, and myself. The 50-minute city model assessment for social, economic, and environmental impact associated with the exploitation of essential amenities.
Just one moment, I have to share the presentation. What is?
Name of your presentation.
No, the name is I don't know.
Close the other, close the other. And now try to. No.
The name is my surname. I don't know. Where is? No. The first, this. It's okay. But I think it depends on the connection, probably. I don't know. No, good. Very good. because the message is you are sharing another application window, another, not this. No. I don't know.
Okay. Oh,
Native screen? I don't know. Hello? No. You're sharing your entire screen. No. Stop. I don't know. But I think that there is a little bit of the connection. Yes. Because okay. Okay. So, good morning to everybody. I'm Lucia Zaganetti from University of L'Aquila, and this work comes to thesis work that I will supervise it with Professor Beniamino Morgante from University of Basilicata. And the topic is the 50-minute cities, but the aim of this work is to assess the socio-economic and environmental impacts associated with the localization of the services on the territory. Okay. The concept of the 50-minute city was introduced in 2016 by Carlos Moreno who proposes a new idea of proximity within city, oriented towards sustainable development and referring to the theory of chrono-urbanism, which takes into account not only the space but also the temporal dimension of the city. This is a little citation of the Carlos Moreno, because in this year we have a lot of criticism, positive and negative criticism about this concept of city. And Carlos Moreno says that we don't want to recreate a village, but we want to create a better urban organization. And in this concept, an urban context with a high degree of livability is one on which all different types of amenities and socializing places are ideally within a 50-minute walk or bicycle ride from their residence. There was a funny GIF, but the PowerPoint not work, and this is a simple image. And the implementation of this city model becomes problematic in areas characterized by urban sprawl or springling, such as the phenomenon of urban dispersion city. And this is an infographic that summarizes this concept. And for example, at the increase of compactness degree of a city, the density of a city increase, the distance from the specific services or other amenities decrease, and the diversity of the city increase in the more compactness city. So you can deduce that this model create effects on the environment. These effects are socioeconomic, for example, socioeconomic impacts or environmental impacts. Environmental, why? Because in a dispersed context, you need to use more the car for go to the principal amenities. And with the car, you produce more pollution and the other. And the socioeconomic impacts, because, for example, do you need more time to go to the principal, to the work, to the school, and the time that you spend in a car or in a public transport is consequently effect on the quality of your life. So the aim of this research is to assess the costs resulting from the effect of the urban sprinkling phenomenon, for example, the dispersed low-density city, by classifying supply and demand for primary services by dividing them to travel isochron. The case studies analyzed are 4, but this work is part of other big work with other case study. I don't remember, probably other 4 or 5. And in this case, we have the case study of Terni, Trento, Matera, and Pisa. Are all cities localized in all the Italy. Terni is in the central Italy, like Pisa. Trento is in the north part of Italy, in the Trentino region. And Matera is in south part of Italy, in the Basilicata region. All these cities are the more similar urban density, and more similar also urban planning instrument, not similar, but for example, for Matera, we have an instrument that until the 1970 was regulated the city and will produce a neighborhood well structured with green space and the other. And after the 17, from the 19, the urbanization was gone substantially in a disordered manner. Without a specific regulation, and that produce a dispersed settlement that you can see in the, I think it's better to. So this is the city center, and we have a lot of urbanized surface in the area of the city. The same of Terni. Terni was developed, the principal structure of Terni was developed, redeveloped with the plan of the Second World War. And also in this case, we have a lot of urbanization dispersed aware of the city center. The same for Pisa. And for Trento, we have a compact city, with more linear form, but dispersed settlement with the majority of population is concentrated. So this is the demographic trend of this for city that is more or less similar. We have a little difference in number, but is totally transcurable. This demographic trend is about come from 2009 and 2019, and the demographic, like the other city, the majority of the other city of Italy is totally stable, and in some case is negative. In this case, is for all the case positive. The data set used for this analysis are the Urban Atlas dataset about the year 2018 for the extraction of urbanized surfaces and the population data. The localization and classification of services was derived from OpenStreetMap and Google Maps about with the point of interest of Google Maps, and about OpenStreetMap with a specific plugin to download the data from the open data software. And the service analyzed are grouped in these four principal categories: health, economy and finance, education, and sport and leisure. Apart this data, we considered the data of the statistical report on mobility for analyze the average movement of the population in this city, divided by the motivation of the travel and the mode of travel. So with, for example, with car, with bicycle, on foot and the other. This is graph of the methodology used. We have used also Urban Atlas to extract the geometries with the population greater than 0. And from this, we extract the centroids. And simultaneously, we build the bands of isochron from the city center. We pose at about as city center the municipality hall with symbol of the city, and from this we built isochron of 2 kilometers. And the intersection from this and from the geometry of Urban Atlas produce the population for each isochron. At the same time, we produce the data regarding the data concerning the service divided by categories, and for each isochron we put the service corresponding to the isochron. And sorry, another the last analysis was the estimation of the cost for the average trips to one isochron or other to go to the principal services. This last operation was made about this with this demand model. That is a simplification of the distribution of the services, but without any kind of data specific on services and the demand of supply of services. This is the only one that can allow to produce this model. So this model demand is this, for example, is the service available in the specific band isochron? If yes, the demand is satisfied. If no, the analysis move to the different isochron more near to the city center. And this process was iterated for all the isochron. This is the data obtained. The amenities localization in the first line for the forecast studies, and the populated area. For example, that is the polygon of the urban atlas that contain the population. So we have extract this data. And you can see that the principal services in all cases, some different about Trento, but in the first three cities, Pisa, Matera, and Terni, the services are located principally in the city center. And differently, we have a populated area around the city center, where the services are less respect to the city center. It depends absolutely to the dispersed form of the city and to the different urban planning instrument that cover this area. This is the graph that show the same map and show the distribution of the population on the different isochrons band and the distribution of the services in the different isochrons. In this graph, the behavior of all the city is more or less similar. Different is the behavior of the Trento case study, because, for example, the population of Trento is concentrated in majority in the second isochrons, but the services are concentrated in majority in the first isochron. So we have a lot of population in the second isochron, but a lot of services in the first isochron. So this population have to travel to reach the principal services. This is the data. Sorry for the Italian, but this data come from a statistical report of the Italian travel. The first represent the distribution of the travel for motivation. So for work, for study, for family leisure, and for health. And this data was distributed in three principal years, 2018, 2019, and 2020. In this case, we consider the data relating to 2018 because we suppose that the other data was influenced a little bit from the COVID-19. And in other table, we have the distribution of the travel in percentage for transport mode, and divided by the dimension of city. So all the three cities have a population about in this interval specific between 50,000 and 2015, and we distribute this percentage in the in case study. This is the principal results, and we have a percentage in the first graph, a percentage of travel for the four study cases, and the city of Trento have the more high percentage of travel. And in this table, we have the kilometers traveled in the four cities to reach the services of primary necessity for travel motivation. In this case, we have, for example, the city of Terni with a high value of the kilometers traveled. For the high value is related to the free time, so sport and leisure and the other. And with this data, we evaluate also the average annual consumption in euro for inhabitants and the average annual CO2 for inhabitants. And this data was derived from the Terrapsi sites, but we have a lot of sites that that allow to calculate our ecological impact with specific kind of characteristics. For example, for car with electric motorcycle and the other. And in this case, the city of Pisa have a lot high value of average annual CO2 for inhabitants. And in conclusion, the fourth city, referring to the definition of livable city, defined in the introduction slide, cannot be considered livable cities due to the lack of essential amenities in the isochron zones furthest from city center. The 50-minute city model loses its validity due to the low population density and fragmentation shape of the city. And these characteristics limit the possibility of a reconfiguration of the service systems that satisfies the requirements of proximity and that favors the use of alternative forms of mobility to the assess the functions. And this work highlights the difference that exists between the different cities, showing how the provision and the location of essential services, considered as a fundamental parameter for the study, improves the quality of life. So thanks for your attention. If you have questions.
Yes, thank you very much. Once I think it was slide 11, there was this question. I was wondering, the travel percentage of Trento is quite high, and the average annual CO2 quite low. Why is that?
This is high and
the average CO2 is very low.
yeah, because it's depend on the mode of this is the general travel with all the mode of transport, and this CO2 depends on the movement by car or by yeah.
And the comparison between the total movement around from Terni in comparison to
in comparison with, sorry? Yeah. Yes, Trento, yes.
much more to
Yeah.
school, much more to the.
Yeah. Yeah. It's yes. And Trento have a localization of services also in the isochronous extend the city center. For example, these all are services, and in this case, all services are concentrated in city center. So we have
You consider
a
also
lot
that Pisa and Matera are very touristic places.
Yeah.
This means that a lot of services are concentrated in the central part just because not for population but for use. It's not the same things in Terni and in Trento.
yes.
You have an interaction between population and the amenities. So if you have a certain pattern, because it depends also on the installation and the localization of the amenities. So the same pattern can be very different with a car when the amenities are distributed in another way.
Yes, it's true, and it depends enormously by the this form of urbanization that is dispersed, and in this case, the services are not planned in the origin of the city. So,
This model is well known, not only the Moreno ones, but also the Salvador ones.
yeah. Yeah.
And I would like to know if you have the possibility to value in some way the condition that enhance the people to the ability of the people to reach the universal service. And did you use only OpenStreetMap data or not? Because
No, we use the OpenStreetMap data integrated with the point of interest of Google Maps. So we have make a match of this data, but yes, there was only data that we can use because we don't have any data.
Yeah, because of the COVID they changed a lot. So
Yeah.
I asked
Yeah.
you.
Yes.
Yeah. You have to thought the situation of the distance between the amenity and the people in the region. But how do you consider the purchase rate, the number of, the frequency of the car?
The frequency, of course, yes, we consider this fact with the statistical report of the Italian movement. This data is referred to 2018.
So you have the
So
number,
we have to
the number of times.
yes, yes. Thank you. I can stop.
Okay, last but not least,
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, it's that.
No, I think this is the paper. I still had the PDF. PowerPoint. It's okay.
Okay, so you have to share it. It's fine.
To share online.
This one, right?
No. This way, not full screen. Sorry. I'm leaving this way, yeah. Melhor. Botei para botar a tela cheia. Ah, é no livrinho. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay. Good morning. So, I, Jason, and Agnes, we are from Pontifícia Universidade Católica of Paraná in Brazil, and also we have from the same university, Rodrigo, the fourth author, and Diego from Universidad Pompeu Fabra in Spain, collaborate with us in this paper. Our work is entitled Mapping Political Extremism on Twitter in Brazil. And well, we are now all familiar with the use of digital social networks, and where we share all sorts of information about our lives. And what interests us on this study is that we left also our geographical footprints on this, and this so-called location-based social network. And many studies have already explored this kind of data, and some are interested in looking at the political inclination of individuals, how they express this on the social network. And Twitter is a very popular service on this context. So the objective was to analyze the posts about the January 8 events that took place in Brazil, in Brasilia, when the invasion of the National Congress and the Supreme Court occurred. And we are interested to see the repercussions compared to the elections results. The elections, it was the year before in October. Our objective was to verify if there is a relationship between the political positioning about the event and what people were tweeting about, and the votes for each candidate, and the geolocation of these tweets. In the state of Paraná. Paraná is one of the 3 states in the south region of the country, and it's considered a very conservative state. And it was one of the states with the most number of the origin of people that were there in Brazil in January, proportional to the population. So about some context about the elections in 2022. It was a very polarized one. You may have known from the news, and Lula won with a very narrow advantage of voting. And Bolsonaro supporters did not accept the result. They are since October, they are camping in front of the headquarters in Brazil and all around the country, in the Brazilian cities, calling for military intervention. And everything leads us to believe that the attack was organized by Bolsonaro supporters, with himself raising many times doubts about the election process. By the way, he was judged last Friday from the Supreme Court in Brazil about another event when he organized with ambassadors. It was around before the elections, and he was at that moment raising questions about our electronic voting system. So now he cannot run for elections for eight years from last Friday to the future. And his campaign also many times made the use of digital social media to disseminate his ideas, and the supporting group has many groups on Telegram and WhatsApp to share all this kind of information. And now I pass to Agnes.
To talk about a little bit about the data collection, we gathered tweets from 7 January to the 11th using an interface, a Python scraper, with approximate location, because only 1% of the tweeters has exactly the location where the tweet came from. So we use approximate location to get around 3%, so a little bit more. But we use, we get the center of the coordinates of all municipalities from Paraná using a radius of 20 kilometers. So after that, we actually had to do a manual check to see if they are in Paraná, if the city corresponds to the geolocated position. It was a very hard process because we had almost 3,000 tweets, so it was manually. And we also classified regarding on the context, if they are supporters of the act, if they reject the act, or if the content was not sure. So we done this manually as well. Just to talk a little bit about the data limitation, and I could talk a lot about it, but the keywords, actually we use keywords to get the tweeters that we needed from, in Portuguese, but is about democracy, just translating a little bit. Golpistas, that mean invaders, and terrorists. There was many words we used to filter to get these tweeters. But
it was from the trending.
Yeah, it was the trending, top trending, how do we call it? Yeah,
topics.
Good. So yeah, we have most of the points stacked on this municipality centroid. So we had to do it random location, so we can count them, and we had some problems of subjectivity regarding its context. Because we classified them, we had some subjectivity on the process, but yeah, we could just not be sure if they were supporters or not, because it was very, very not clear, the position. So it was a hard process. To talk about our analysis, first we did a content analysis of the tweeters we classified manually, and after that we analyzed it statistically between the number of tweets in favor or against the January 8th Act and the number of voters for Lula and Bolsonaro in the second rounds of the election of the year before by municipality. The data from the elections was from the Superior Electoral Court. And after that, we did some spatial analysis between the clusters of municipality that most voted for each candidate and the density points of tweeters that tweeted against or in favor of the act. And we elaborate bivariated maps to see if they show a pattern. Yeah, we had some interesting results. Almost 40% of the tweeters was in favor of the act in Paraná. Actually, that was not a surprise. The surprise was that the rejection gathered the tweeters against the act had a major, how do I say that? There was a peak there, and the tweets in favor, they declined, because after the 8th, media, our TVs start to show the damage caused to public properties. So even the most conservatives started not to support it anymore, saying that was actually the content analysis showed that most of the extremist right said there was some kind of leftist people in favor of Lula's inside the act, and they were terrorists. So you can see there is a number of words that actually we have on the both sides, like terrorist, and in favor we see the invaders and terrorists, democracy in left. The same ones, invasion, terrorists, maybe Lula there in the opposite side. But the thing is, for both categories of tweets in favor or against, the word terrorist appears frequently. And for the tweeters that was in favor of the act, most of them saying there was the leftists infiltrated on the act that caused the property damage. Yeah, sure.
And also about this word terrorist that appears in both sides, is because we had a law in Brazil since the Olympic Games that allows courts to classify manifestations as terrorism. So at that time, left side didn't like the law. But at this time now, they are using the law because it allows to persecute the invaders. So they change sides, like how left and right think about this terrorist law we have in Brazil.
And the statistical R was very high, 8.84 for both pairs of variables. I mean, people that vote for Bolsonaro and a lot of tweeters in favor, and the opposite as well, votes for Lula and tweets against the act itself. But it has, we actually know that the higher R, it's due to the number of the population that it tweets. But there is a relationship, there is a spatial relationship as well that shows clustering of tweeters in the opposite and against in Curitiba, that's the capital of Paraná as well. And for tweeters, and for tweeters in favor of the act, we have a cluster as well there in cities called Londrina and Maringá. That's a major, agriculture center business. And so you can see the result of the elections. That was actually really tight. You can see there is a number of municipalities that had as much votes for Bolsonaro for Lula. They're in the middle center there, so it's very very balanced, I would say. And Lula gathered the most votes in the small cities, and Bolsonaro in the big agribusiness centers, and also in Curitiba, he was the majority. Just so you can see also the relationship between the Bolsonaro's tweet voters and tweeters in favor of the 8th January Act. We can see Londrina there in Maringá, that's the agribusiness center, very with a lot of tweeters in favor of the act, and also with a lot of voters for Bolsonaro, and Curitiba as well. For Lula, we have also we have a few cities that Curitiba. We have a lot of cities that tweet against the act and also vote for Lula, and a lot of cities like Guarapuava, Cascavel, Foz, and a lot of cities that small cities we couldn't get this relationship because there wasn't people there tweeting. So this is one of our major final remarks about the data we gathered, that there is some kind of spatial analysis that was possible to do and understand because of the data we gathered. So of course we have a mid concentration of population there in the agribusiness centers that we know that has a relationship with supporters of Bolsonaro and also the tweets in favor of the act. However, we have a problem of the representativeness of the social media data that exacerbate when are using spatial data. I mean, we have a lot of small cities that had a lot of votes for Lula, but there wasn't nobody there tweeting. That's the major problem we have. So we found out that it was not representative enough. And Yeah, so the small municipalities that votes for Lula prevailed, the smaller ones, the number of tweets both in favor or against were very small or non-existent. So
The point in these small cities, not that they have an opinion, it's just that they don't have the data.
So with this paper, we are trying to contribute to the literature. They use tweeters for the tweets for social media to see the limitations of data itself.
So you're really taking
Thank you.
This presentation demonstrated that considering that we are in the place where the democracy was born, because in Athens the tradition was that everybody on top of it for deciding something, voting for everything. This was the tradition in Athens. And no, demonstrate that that democracy is a complex exercise. Because obviously, if you look at the language, it's more similar language in both cases. When you neglected, the more in favor. Yeah, it's in favor. It's more or less the terrorista, more similar language. And considering that Twitter, normally in Twitter, the cultural level is better than Facebook because normally not everyone is able to use Twitter. Normally it's better. Okay, I'm a little bit worried about this. After that, was a similar situation also in USA after the election. I don't know, probably like in the last election in Italy or in the past was probably a problem with social media. I don't know. I'm not optimistic about this. Okay, questions? No? Okay.
One short question.
Yes, yes.
The Twitter algorithm is quite, let's say, strange because if you are twittering or tweeting for a specific topic, then the other users in that area, your location place, are seeing that topic at a higher visibility, let's say. So, are you dealing with that fact that it might be the case that in these city areas, there's spikes of that's happening there, or it's just objectivity here for the methodology?
Yes, when collecting the data was objective was to get as much as we could. We're not, but we are aware.
Because that is a convincing factor, especially in the cities, because then you get also these tourist and so on values tweets in a high amount than in the other areas where only one person is tweeting that fact.
And also now
We got this.
retweets. People is retweeting. Yes, a lot of tweets on that. And people not.
So outlook, yes. That's the outlook.
Yes.
Yeah, we found that the relationship was a lot because of the number of the population itself. Like in higher cities with higher, most populated, with that appear a lot. Yeah.
That's what the cluster map shows.
Yeah. Yeah, but the thing is, Londrina and Maringá, that's the agribusiness centers, that's a real relationship. We know that people there, and also because of the tweets and the data itself, there are a number of supporters, and there are centers that vote majorly for Bolsonaro, and there was a lot of number of people going there to Brasilia from this.
Okay, we wasted 10 minutes of talking, but it was better because we had the possibility to have a good discussion.
and 10 minutes, 15 minutes for. Okay.
Here's the link for the break. Okay, now we're going to have to write in 11.
Here. You need to.
The next session will be 11, right?
11.
Yeah.
11.
Now we have
Now we go where? Where is the? Okay.
sharing.
There. No, I think at the one. Yes, there. And you do the.
This one. How we can share the web page?
Where is the web page? If we do the entire screen and this one, it's not going to happen.
Presentation is this one. Okay.
Today, I will be talking to you about anti-tampering process for the protection of weapon systems technology in Korea. This paper studied the weapon system anti-tampering process that can be applied to the weapon system R&D process as a way to protect the national defense core technology of the weapon system. So I'll talk about introduction of anti-tampering research background. Then I'll move on to procedure for weapon systems R&D in Korea, section 2. After this processing, I'll talk about proposed anti-tampering process. Finally, I'll present conclusion of this work. First of all, let me introduce Korea Defense Technology Protection Act. The Defense Industry Technology Protection Act, enacted in 2015, defines defense industry technology as technology that needs to be protected among defense science and technology, and mandates defense companies to establish a defense technology protection system. However, the law only focuses on the defense industry technology protection system, and there is no system to protect the technology of the defense systems that are increasingly being exported and related research is lacking. There are examples of overseas risk cases. The United States introduced tamper-resistant systems to prevent the leakage of classified information and technology in weapons systems after 2001 incident in which China hijacked and reverse engineered on EP-3 reconnaissance aircraft that had landed on Hainan Islands. The U.S. assesses risk by reviewing vulnerabilities, threats, and acts at each stage in the entire life cycle of weapon. System acquisition and conduct system engineer procedures to apply tamper protection. In addition, there is an agency dedicated to tamper protection. Research and development related technologies are protected as secret. In this study, we proposed for applying anti-tampering technology to the Korean weapon system research and development procedure. The proposed method linked the anti-tampering process to the technical review meeting for each stage of systems engineering procedure. Also, we defined the anti-tampering security level so that the target level to be implemented and the process of determining the anti-tampering technology based on the identification of the defense critical technology, the risk assessment, and also identification procedure for applicable anti-tampering technologies. Next, process for weapon system R&D in Korea. SC figure consists of a weapon system R&D process and technical review meeting. There are SRR, SFR, PDR, CDR, TR, FCA, PCA. SRR is performed at a time when the understanding of user requirements is completed and the result of developing major technologies and components verified through exploration and development can be reflected as a consistent requirement. SFR is a procedure for establishing a functional baseline for the system by ensuring end-user requirements and system requirements are consistently and accurately reflected in the system standard. PDR is conducted when it is necessary to determine the completeness of the basic design and whether the integrated project team is ready to begin detailed design and testing procedure after the basic design of the hardware and software product is completed. Procedure is conducted when detailed design is completed up to detailed components of the system. Performance prediction is performed through MNS, and then it is necessary to determine whether prototype is ready to start. TRR is a procedure to officially approve a test plan, including test purpose, methods, procedures, scope, manpower, resources, and safety consideration to enter the development operation test stage by verifying compliance with user and system requirements. ICCSA confirms whether the changeover product's actual performance meets the requirements specified in the functional and allocation baseline, while PCA ensures that the verified step matches the design document and confirms the product baseline. And then our proposed anti-tampering process. AT process is a series of activities conducted with consistent acquisition life cycle. AT process is a risk management process for identifying, evaluating, reviewing, and implementing AT techniques. This figure illustrates a proposed risk management model for anti-tampering of weapon systems, which should be implemented repeatedly at each stage of prior research, exploration, development, and system development in the acquisition lifecycle. The risk management process involves identifying critical technologies and related components to be protected, conducting a risk assessment to analyze importance, threats, and vulnerabilities, and reviewing and implementing protective measures to mitigate risk levels. This figure shows a simple schematic diagram of the entire anti-tampering process based on system engineering applied to the weapon system acquisition procedure. The anti-tampering application process is integrated with the weapon system R&D process, with the IPT serving as the control agency for defense technology protection and managing the project from the outset. The need for protection requirements is identified during the prior research stage, and the anti-tampering protection requirements, including target and grade, are clearly defined with the support of the security verification agency and provided to the R&D authority. The R&D authority prepares the anti-tampering requirements in the anti-tampering plan based on the IPT's definition of anti-tampering requirements and reports them in the anti-tampering specification review. During the ATSR stage, the protection requirements are defined to identify the protection targets, update the protection level at the life cycle stage, reflect it in the AT plan, and update the main products. Following these anti-tampering measures are developed and implemented, integrated into the system, and then standardized through a mass production process. In the SR stage, anti-tampering requirements are identified and an anti-tampering plan is conceived based on the anti-tampering requirements and anti-tampering requirements definitions for system performance. In the SF stage, the anti-tampering requirements included in the system development requirements are prepared through the system function criteria, and anti-tampering plan is updated by reviewing the level of protection, such as anti-tampering techniques based on the anti-tampering protection requirements. The ATSR stage is proposed in this study and based on the requirements of the anti-tampering protection level, such as anti-tampering techniques, testability, cost, and performance maintenance act. ATSR can be performed in combination with SFR or separately. The reason for performing ATSR separately was that it was proposed to hold on anti-tampering requirements review separately from the existing review meeting in consideration of the confidentiality of the anti-tampering design. In addition, this is because the definition of the requirements of the weapon system software can be performed separately between SFR and PDR. Anti-tampering protection consists of hardware and software and is primarily targeted at software, and software requirement analysis can be performed in the SSR after SFR. Therefore, when defining software requirements, ATSR is performed to define and review anti-tampering requirements for software targets. In the PDR stage, hardware software-based design for anti-tampering is reviewed. The effect on the update of anti-tampering requirements, anti-tampering design description, and page design is reviewed. In the PDR stage, detailed design of the hardware and software for anti-tampering is reviewed. Complete the final of anti-tampering requirements, anti-tampering design techniques, anti-tampering implementation costs and programs, anti-tampering implementation activities, and AT plan. In the TRR stage, the test evaluation plan, the preparation status are reviewed by verifying whether the anti-tampering requirements are met. In this stage, the anti-tampering evaluation is planned and executed. In the FCA and PCA stage, the anti-tampering evaluation is supplemented and standardized by comparing the function of the shape item with the function baseline. The IPT initiates defense technology protection activities from the project preparation stage, including identifying critical technology and performing risk assessment to define anti-tampering requirements with support from a security verification agency. The business management agency, aided by the security verification agency, prepares the AT requirements definition, specifying defense technology candidates and AT level, which is then shared with the project parent institution. Next is AT level and security controls. During the acquisition life cycle, the business management agency performs risk assessment and determines anti-tampering levels, which are evaluated based on technology importance, threats, and project constraints. The anti-tampering level is consists of 3 levels as follows: A, B, C level. The anti-tampering requirements to be applied to the weapon system consists of 7 domains and security controls for each domain. Table shows an overview of the anti-tampering level and requirements for each level and selectively applied items are defined for each level, which means that they are recommended to be applied but can be applied selectively in consideration of the schedule and cost of the project. The security controls of a physical security domain. There are 13 security controls in PS domain. Security controls implemented for each AT level are defined. In the table, black circles are mandatory security controls, white circles are optional, and dash is exempt for the level. If the level A is required, 11 controls shall be implemented, and 2 controls can be selectively implemented according to the cost and schedule of the project. However, if the level C is required, only 7 out of 13 security controls need to implement. Risk assessment analyzes the critically vulnerability and threat of the protected object and calculates the likelihood and severity of the outcome of the threat through the vulnerability. The target of protection is defense technology and related components, and the importance of protection is evaluated by the level of mission failure in the event of technology infringement and the level of threat to national security. Vulnerability is evaluated as the severity of design weaknesses. The components related to defense critical technology can be used by enemy threats. Threats evaluate the likelihood of an enemy threat occurring and likelihood of an enemy threat succeeding. The anti-tampering level required in the anti-tampering requirements definition is determined at the ICCSA. Anti-tampering technology that satisfies those requirements of the compound anti-tampering level should be designed and implemented. Mandatory requirements must be applied and optional requirements are reviewed in consideration of cost, schedule, and for the implementation of each anti-tampering requirements, the best technology should be selected by identifying anti-tampering technologies capable of various anti-tampering technologies and compromise analysis of cost, schedule, and system performance. The AT level and respective security controls are reviewed. AT technology is selected by analyze this technology by identifying applicable AT technology for its requirements and reviewing whether the applicable technology is negotiable. This study focused on anti-tampering process will be consistent that can be applied to Korean defense R&D procedure. The proposed anti-tampering process is carried out in accordance with system engineering procedure, defining the work procedure and activities to be carried out at each technical review meeting and definition the output. Major proposed anti-tampering activities include defining anti-tampering requirements, identifying the best critical technology to be protected, risk assessment, and selection of anti-tampering techniques. Thank you for watching. I'll take questions after the session. Thank you.
Answer the question after the session. Next speaker is Young Son, right? Change the paper. 저희 성체 professor. We are common in Korea. The title is Experimental Comparison of Clustering Approach to Personalized Behavior Learning. Welcome, Professor Chen.
Hello, nice to meet you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to make a presentation on this conference. Actually, I changed a schedule because this paper delivered the core concept of federated learning, and the last paper will be federated learning in blockchain environments. That's why we changed that presentation schedule. Actually, this paper is about personalized federated learning. So let me explain what is federated learning and how we can take out the problems related with the federated learning recently. So here is the contents. And basically, this research is ongoing research. So I really welcome your feedback and comments on improving our research. We deliver the background of this federated learning. Actually, recently, AI models receives a lot of attention due to ChatGPT or a lot of things. The problem is, to train machine learning model or AI model, we need a lot of data. But lots of data in the silo, or there are lots of data cannot be shared due to security reasons. Maybe data in defense technology or security, those kind of data is also cannot be shared for this AI, training. So that's why the federated learning receives lots of attention right now. Also, here in Greece is one of EU country, and as you know, EU has very strong data protection regulation, like Korea too. So we have similar regulation law to protect the personal data. But as you know, in the industry, lots of companies want to collect and use personal data, private data, to training AI model to provide a better service or better personalized service for them. So here, biometric data is important recently, and healthcare data has a lot of value. And genetic data, your DNA kind of things also receive a lot of attention to produce better AI model. Okay, but the problem is we cannot share this, and we cannot provide this data to train very sophisticated AI model. So here, we focus on the federated learning is kind of new methodology to the training AI model with very isolated or protected data, which means, in other words, we cannot share data. As you know, to train AI model, we have lots of data in the lake or in one place. We don't have to do that to train AI model using this federated learning. So federated average algorithm is kind of new algorithm presented in 2015, machine learning without exchange users' functional data. So like this. So we can train an unified global model in distributed system. So basically, edge computing and distributed system, we can send out original version of AI model into different data set, and then train the model, come to the headquarters. And then in the headquarters, we can figuring out the fast way to find out general model can expect, what the things in the future. That's the core concept of federated learning. So here the Google also focused on this because they use a distributed system, and they want to provide. I'm sorry. Oh, how can I do that? Can you feel me? It says you are sharing another application window.
Okay. Could you click first? Okay. Okay. Could you open the instrument? This one? Yeah, that one. If you have a problem with the screen, yeah, you cannot show the screen. Okay. Select Windows screen. Okay. This one. Yeah. No, this is for the first presentation. Entire screen. Okay. Where is your presentation? This PDF. You have to open it. Already open it. Thing. We need the window. No, just let me check. So join it. Still continues. So 44 the online listener, because due to technical problem, maybe I cannot share with PowerPoint with you. Anyhow, as I told you, the Google also focus a lot on federated learning because they try to provide very personalized AI environments for the users without sharing data. So the Gboard is the concept of that. So to do that, you need to download the current model with Android device. Actually, it is wireless charging, and then actually the device is in the device with the data. Then the model can be sent to the each people device. We can train the data. I mean the AI model, and then finally. The trained AI model can be unloaded and local models to the cloud and, try to figuring out the average model. Guys, that's what they are doing. So whenever you type in such keyword on your Google site, maybe it shows you what the such terms you've been tried before automatically. That's the example of this one. And here, the core concept is, as I told you, different AI model can be combined, and we call that is a general model. The problem of that because each of different data set has very different distribution in statistically. So the AI model can be trained in very biased environments, so that the global model can show much less, accurate performance compared to the model trained in whole of distributed data. I mean, whole data set placed in one location. So that's why, we want to focus on very personalized federated learning environments. So here is that a single global model issue with a non-independent, identically distributed data, which means that average and distribution is so different each other with different, among all different data set. That's why the trained AI model can be trained in biased data, so that performance can be very weak compared to the other model. And data bias arises from underrepresented or overrepresented. That's a problem of federated learning. And client clustering for personalized federated learning model is required. So that's why we developed this research idea. Here are some of the research review. So she said we have really okay. So this delivers what the basic concept of federated learning. So it says federated learning is machine learning setting where many clients
collaboratively train the model after the orchestration of the supersolver while keeping the training data decentralized. Okay? So here there are good things of federated running, says optimization algorithm, preserving the data privacy, and if non-IID, that's a problem of this federated running I already on in the following industry, because essentially there are lots of IoT environments and healthcare data receive a lot of attention. So that's why we need to research more about this federated running. It's kind of new concept right now. And here, as I told you, to provide very personalized federated running methodology, we want to, group data set, distributed data group, and we want to send the different algorithms, the one algorithm to them, and maybe with a similar group of data set, the model can be trained, and then finally we can have a little bit different customized AI model compared to general model. That's what we are thinking. So here, the thing we need to do is we need to cluster client, which means that the device, for sharing data. Okay, so we want to cluster each of different device based on data characteristic, and then in the group we can send AI model, and then it can be trained, and then we expect a better performance of this trained algorithm. So here you can find the research objectives in an environment where all computation resources are the same. That's an assumption of our experiments. We want to find the client clustering algorithm with the highest accuracy. So we focus on how we can make a cluster with different device to figuring out the algorithm with the highest accuracy. Okay. So here is a general account thing. So it's different open model. But here we want to include the personalized cluster and send the model, and then model can show a better performance. For sharing window. Okay. This is not working probably. Sorry. Where's the chair? Sorry, where's the chair? Do you see the share button for right? Okay. So did you press share before, right? Or was it already on? I'm sorry. That's my presentation. Okay. Sorry about that. Give me a couple of minutes. Oh, it's your laptop. Okay. Sorry. Go in Firefox. Okay. No, I don't see the. Okay. Wait, which is your presentation is here, right? Yeah. Let me close this. Right? Can you please reopen it? Is it this one? Yeah, that one. Okay. Just give me a second. We will find it.
So why should we wait? Better idea, I think. Why don't you turn on? Yep, everything. This is what I did. Okay, so if you press the full screen. Oh, sorry, let's convert. Sorry, it was running. Sorry, full screen. Where's the full screen? Sorry. It's better, right? It's not working here. It's F10, F5, right? F6. Ah. View, full size. You see it, full screen. Yes. I think you're good. I think you should be okay. All right. Side focus. Right. So here's a research objective of our research. So in an environment where all computational resources are the same, which is our basic assumption of our research, we want to find the client clustering algorithm with the highest accuracy. So basically, automatically, that algorithm can cluster the data set, and then based on environments, we can use that. That's the thing. So here are the variable. So percentage of the clients participating in training each round. And second variable is total number of clients. And third variable is number of training rounds required for client clustering process. So here is difference between general waterfall and waterfall based on client clustering. And here's a research method. We're going to do some experimental research. So these two data sets are very famous data sets in we're going to use this data set. We want to find the characteristics of the data set. And we sort that evidence data set by a label and partition is so that each client needs data for 2 labels, so no more than 2 labels for each data set. And we actually conduct a personalized federated running process using 3 clustering algorithms. So basically, we want to compare performance based on these 3 different clustering algorithms. So which one delivers better performance for trained AI model? That's the thing we're going to do. So as I told you, we are doing experiments right now, so we cannot deliver the research result at this moment. And if you have any comments and feedback to improve our research, then I'm very, happy to hear. So that's some experimental design. So we'll step through all this round. And here are the expected conclusion of our research. So personalized federated running bridges the gap between the single global model, which is the general FL, and the local model, which is local data distribution. So until now, no studies have provided a summary of personalized federated running using clustering so far. So this study can help choose effective parameter and the clustering method for future research. So thank you for listening my presentation and welcome your question and Then the presentation
Thank you, Sylvie.
Yes.
Next presentation is a video play. So can you play the video and share?
Wait, I don't know what you need. Just give me a second. Sorry. certi να αναλάβεις γιατί πρέπει να πάω αλλού ή όχι? Okay, just give us a second. Stop sharing. So you have a video that you want to share, you said?
Actually, I downloaded the video file.
There's a video file. Το έχω κάνει ναι, το share έχει μείνει σε όλο το screen. Αν θέλετε να το αλλάξετε, το αλλάζετε.
Ναι, κανένα πρόβλημα. Ευχαριστούμε. Ναι.
Video file. This one? Yes. So just okay.
Yes, because it's sharing.
Okay, next speaker is Hyun-Young Oh. He is a professor at Gachon University, Korea. By the way, he's arriving tonight here because he made a long flight reservation. So he recorded the presentation video file and sent it to me. So let me play his presentation video. Okay. So Nowadays, there are many kinds of presentation, actual presentation, virtual presentation, and video presentation. Okay, I tell him tonight, there are no questions. Next, he from Daejeon University Group, the title is Design of an Integrated Cyber Defense Platform for Communication Network Security of Intelligence Machine. Welcome. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jang Chu from Daejeon University in the Republic of Korea. I'm happy to join us conference and meet you who have concerns about defense security. I present my paper, Integrated Cyber Defense Platform for Communication Network Security of Intelligent Smart Units. Contents are as is. Currently in Korea, new technologies such as intelligence and big data are being applied to advanced weapon systems, including military operation systems, base defense systems, and operation support systems in the intelligent smart units. The aspect of recent cyber threats is utilizing intelligent and sophisticated attack techniques. In particular, as intelligence and big data technology are applied to cyber attack techniques, it is becoming difficult to identify and detect cyber threats with cyber systems. Therefore, it is necessary to install an integrated cyber defense platform to comprehensively control the information communication network of intelligent smart unit and respond to intelligent cyber threats. We propose an integrated cyber defense platform design that can protect mission system of Korea's intelligent smart unit, respond to various cyber threats, and manage each security system and information system. The Army building advanced and strong units that can monitor the current operation status of all units in real time by applying new technology of the fourth IR, such as AI, big data, VR, AR, 5G, and the IoT. And mainly it applies the advanced ICT-based technology to ships to integrate the loading system, reflective automation system, connect advanced many neighbor platforms with an intelligent network. Finally, Airforce is intended to build a smart airforce based on the advance of the fourth IR as building systems such as an intelligent command decision system and area unmanned systems based on big data and AI. An unmanned access control system based on AI and IoT, a basic security system using drones, robots, and so on. This figure shows the concept of an intelligent flight wing being promoted by the Air Force. The Air Force intends to be intellectualized all systems with functions such as monitoring, surveillance, prediction, detection, management, training by utilizing the fourth IR technology. Threats to internal infrastructure can occur by exploiting vulnerabilities in the IT infrastructure or by using unauthorized users' internal systems. These two internal communication networks may leak international information through spelling identification and authentication information in the data processing section. And on additional security is a security breach that can occur in collusion with an insider. This figure shows possible cyber attack scenario in intelligent smart unit. An attack technique with a high probability of cyber attack is expected to be a supply chain attack. I will explain design modules and functions and process of the integrated cyber defense platform. The integrated cyber defense platform should include functions to monitor, detect, analyze, and share cyber threats occurring in the mission system. The integrated cyber defense platform consists of 7 modules and perform functions such as big data collection and analysis threat, detection and blocking, true-false decision, security system management, the database stores and manage data related to integrated security policies, artificial intelligence, and big data. The integrated cyber defense platform should include functions to monitor, detect, analyze, and share cyber threats occurring in the mission system. The database stores and manages data related to integrated security policies, artificial intelligence, and big data. The threat detection module analyzes the data received from the big data analysis module to determine threats. The true-false autonomous decision module judges threat simultaneously with the threat detection module and rejudges the threat determined by the threat detection module. The threat automatic block module blocks the operation of the system or network once the event is judged to be a threat in the threat detection module. The integrated security policy management module manages security policies, including all security laws and standards. This figure shows process of an integrated cyber defense platform. The proposed integrated cyber defense platform is a security platform customized for military smart units to protect various intelligence mission systems of smart units. The artificial intelligence and big data will apply to the cyber defense platform to quickly detect errors or indication of threats and accurately detect cyber attacks. In the future, it plans to identify the type and form of threats occurring in smart units to strengthen threat detection and true-false automation decision function. Thank you. Any question?
Can I do a photo of my picture? Because then after I would like to yes. Or can I directly do a question? Can I do a question now? No, it's just curiosity. These are 7 kind of independent models, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So it's also possible to do some, this is represented as a sequential diagram. So we have mod 1, then 2, and so on. But it's possible to send the data to all modules in order to parallelize the computation and analysis of the data.
Thank you for your question, but for the question, please ask us by email, and I will answer the question because I am third author. So.
Yeah, so I can give it the floor to and then we discuss later.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Next speaker. 영준성. 영준성.
From Yeowan University.
Speaker from Yeowan University, Korea. The paper title is BTI-MFL, a blockchain-based trust incentive mechanism in federal learning.
Hello, and thank you for participating here. Actually, I'm not the author or any of this paper, but I'm really happy to. Okay. Here. So the title is the blockchain-based trust incentive mechanism in federated learning. So my present will go like this, and so as the Professor Sang Mi-chae introduced the federated learning has many advantages, like they can protect the privacy, and they reduce communication costs and improve the scalability. So these days, many researchers use the federated learning for analyze the data. But federated learning also has a disadvantages. Even they protect the privacy, still they concerned about the personal data, because we have to send the data to the center, to the global model or the central servers.
We don't have to send, but allow coming and administration.
Participant. So when we do FL, we have to consider the participant. So if you get more participants to do the FL, the mechanism or the algorithm will be better. But as you know, we cannot get big data easily. So we propose the FL analytics propose to incentive mechanism to come or be the participant. So how they make the participants include or connect the FL model. No. Actually, the participant is really important, but the problem is some participant is greedy. They only just not share their data, and also send the bad or the low quality data to the FL. And the third is they send some bad algorithm, like a hacking or the hacking algorithm to steal their personal data for them. So to prevent the greedy participant and also make better FL, the FL analytics or the studies. Researchers provide the incentive mechanism, and this is the incentive mechanism for the FL based on the blockchain, because FL need an incentive mechanism because we need a big data, but as the disadvantages of FL, the participant doesn't want to include or involve the database. And incentive mechanism can solve this problem. So if the participants get an incentive, they will involve more. So we propose to our blockchain incentive model. So first incentive is monetary reward. Like if the participants involve the database, they can get a real money or the token. And the second is the reputation-based system. So if the participants have really good data or good participator, rare data, or they can get the reward. And the third is the recognition. If they have good reputation, they can do more in the blockchain incentive mechanism. So I will skip the federated learning because the Professor Mitchell already explained this one. So FL has recent like this research trend, like a security to solve the security technology development, and so algorithm with a high communication efficiency, and that can be applied to wide range of data source and develop attack resistance algorithms. So the same one. Okay? So our model are based on blockchain. We propose the governance and promote privacy protection incentive mechanism. It can be possible to provide a token-based incentive and promote reward and reduce participate concerns. So it can be improving the fairness and transparency in incentive design. So why we use the blockchain? Because blockchain has some characteristic technology. The first one is decentralized, and the second is the smart contract, and third is the reputation-based incentives. All three technologies can provide participants are rewarded based on their reputation or the recorded database, blockchain database. And also blockchain has some special characteristic. If once the data is on the blockchain, you cannot erase or change the data. If the data changes, the record will remain in the blockchain. So you can recognize this participation is good or not. So this is our 3 principles for the using blockchain in FL, and it can be increase the secure and transparent and the incentive mechanism. All 3 are for the why we use this blockchain incentive mechanism, because without the human control or the intervention, the incentive mechanism can be more trustless. So we use these 3 rules. The first one is data sharing in the secure and transparent way through the automated contract. The creation between participants in FR, and 2, ensure equal rights and including transparent and democratic decision-making process, and we'll see compensation and record based on reputation or performance through the prevention of accuracy and high quality updates. It also is contribute for the FI researchers to get high quality data. So it's an ongoing paper. We don't make any conclusion now, but we will do these 2 future research. The first one is possibility of improvement in the FR operation part of the blockchain-based incentive mechanism. And the second one is improvement plan for customer participants and compensation and evaluation system improvement method based on blockchain. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for all your presentation and participation. I want to give you time.
The next will be, I don't know, the next session. Let's see.
Is the one that you told me that is going to be virtual, but we are not here.
The next will be at the
3:30. Need to write. How to be sure. It was the one that we finished. Room E, room F, room G, H, I, A. That's 3:30. So we are here 3:30. But everything is going to be virtual. So what does this mean? They are not going to come here. They are
No,
going to
but
present
anyway, you have to share it because it's for the people who are following it. I don't know. This is your laptop or
No,
no?
not
So we
mine.
have to leave it here.
I'm going to stay. I think I'm going to stay in order to be sure. 3 and 30. And how did you
We have to
share it with
share it like
in your colleague?
yeah.
Not
This.
I think it's
Okay. And entire screen.
what? Okay, and open the other one. Open the other.
Yeah. No, I don't know.
They are going to be. Yes, yes. I'm from the research from here, but I made my PhD in one of my postdoctoral studies, because this one is in second, in Mexico. So I was there for about 11 years. Then I returned. And I met a guy from Iran there. He was making his postdoctoral research there in mechanical engineering. He was a nice guy. In fact, he works in my place and I replaced him, because they gave us scholarships. So he pays the scholarship, and then I gave him his office. So he came to take his stuff because he had visited the Athens before. So it was your first time here. Yes, it's very. And how many years days do you have here? And what is io ti ho provato, excuse me, I'm going to explain. Ho provato brevità, per me non ho fatto la che devo con la fucile strumentalistica. After che così mi devi alla taxi non mi sono discussione, ma sto what if they open? So because of that month we were the just both here. I mean, if you're not going to sign out, and before the session, we will go up and grab it's very big.
I think the only thing that you have to do is to share the screen. Yeah, and if there's a problem, someone is talking,
Yeah.
to you. I give the floor to you. It was really hard to take up
That was a little longer than a little bit longer, but they were stopping in the middle of the presentation. And I can say this in my but they look like that. But it was constant. One didn't have both, and some people. Yeah, but we send the video right now. At the beginning of the it was a little bit.
And the voice,
so our voice is only the speakers. Yes. The application itself, that is the biggest application with its own weeks, because then it's over for sharing and then it's captured and then it goes. Yes, that we also don't need to I don't know. We're going to start immagine you might have to prepare that. Yes. It's a nice to start with yes. It's not yes. Yes, it's non action egoistisch, hè? Dat ik eens
Επίσης μου είπε να κλείσουν τα χώρια, γιατί περνάνε πολύ
Ναι.
Γεια σας.
Α, είχε κάνει share, έχει βάλει share αυτό. Όχι, έχει βάλει share το... Είχε κάνει αυτό share, τώρα δεν ξέρω τι. Το browser, όχι το tab. Ναι. Δηλαδή, αν αλλάξω tab, δείχνει κάτι άλλο. Δεν πειράζει. Δεν πειράζει, απλώς... Στην περίπτωση του Παναγιώτη, για να το κάνουμε, αφού είναι σε άλλο, αφού είναι από τον browser, ας πούμε, πώς μπορούμε να το κάνουμε. Share, δηλαδή. Εγώ, ναι, κάνεις full screen ή entire screen. Γεια σας.
Χαίρετε. Ποιος θα πει το κλειδί.
Εγώ.
Βάλε ένα όνομα εδώ πέρα. Όταν θα θέλετε τώρα το μεσημέρι που θα λείπετε πολύ ώρα, καλό να το βάζετε με τα ρολά.
Ναι. Τα ρολά.
Νομίζω ναι. Να κάνετε δηλαδή τα ρολά, μετά θα ξανανοίγετε. Το βράδυ εμείς κλείνουμε και το κλιματισμό. Για το μεσημέρι δεν χρειάζεται να το κλείσετε.
Θα το βάλω εδώ.
Ίσως το...
Ευχαριστώ. Εντάξει, με Παναγιώτη θα είμαστε μαζί τώρα.
Κλιματιστικό.
Ανοιχτό μας είπαν το κλιματιστικό,
Το βράδυ όμως έχετε το απόγευμα που θα κλείσει, θα κλείσετε το κλιματιστικό. Τώρα το είναι ανοιχτό, για να έρθετε πάνω μεσημέρι κιόλας, να μην βλέπετε.
Από εκεί ανοίγει, από εκεί.
Ναι, οπότε έχετε παράθυρα ρολά, ό,τι κλιματισμό φεύγοντα.
Ναι.
Οπότε έχετε, κλείνετε και ανοίγετε όπως βολεύετε.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Ναι.
Ωραία. Οπότε τώρα ό,τι και να βλέπουμε εμείς, δείχνει αυτό.
Το κάνεις, συγγνώμη, δεν φύγει.
Πέρα που το πατάς share.
Ναι.
Ξαναχρηματάω τώρα. Και θα το...
Όχι, κοιτάξτε, πες το απλά με λόγια, δεν τρέχει τίποτα.
Τώρα πατάς share, σου βγάζει ένα drop-down, σου λέει επίλεξε το παράθυρο που θες. Ή αυτό ή επίλεξε όλη την οθόνη και επιλέγεις το σωστό παράθυρο. Επιλέγεις το παράθυρο που θες που είναι αυτό. Έχει μια λίστα και του λες κάνε share. Allow, κάνε share αυτό και τώρα δείχνει αυτό. Έχω βάλει σε άλλο παράθυρο. Τώρα παίζει μόνο αυτό.
Δεν τρέχει τίποτα να το κλείσουμε, θέλω να πω να το κατεβάσουμε ή αν το κατεβάσεις.
Αν το κατεβάσουμε,
πρέπει να τα αφήνουμε έτσι και να...
Θα το βάλω εγώ να μην μπαίνει σε sleep. Αν κλείσει οθόνη δεν υπάρχει πρόβλημα. Το πρόβλημα είναι να μπει σε sleep. Αν κλειδώσω την οθόνη, για να την κλείσω δεν θα σταματήσει. Το θέμα είναι να μην μπει σε sleep.
Ήταν ένα υπολογιστή, δεν είναι ούτε καν δικό μου, είναι ανάτο, power sleep and battery setting. Τέλεια.
Τώρα είμαστε καλά.
Λοιπόν, έφερα εγώ τον υπολογιστή, το καλώδιο δικό το για το Ethernet και το control. Το HDMI είναι εδώ πέρα της σχολής. Το control είναι δικό μας. Δηλαδή θέλω να πω ότι το έχουμε χρεωθεί.
Όχι.
Το πάρουμε μαζί όταν θα φύγουμε το μεσημέρι.
Αν περάσετε τύπος, να έχει...
Και αυτό το πρόγραμμά μας θα το πάρουμε να το... Εσύ θέλεις να το γράφω σκύλουν αυτά.
Αυτά πίσω. Τα πίσω.
Από εδώ δεν είναι έτσι, θα το κάνει. Αυτή θα είναι λίγο πιο νωρίς να είναι.
Ένα χειρότερο ρούμ. Δεν φεύγουν ποτέ στα διαλύματα. Δεν φεύγουν ποτέ στα διαλύματα.
Δεν πρέπει να δεις κάποιο σπόνσο.
Πριν το είπαμε και τους όλους έτσι. Και έρχεται μετά και οι γραμματές του μικρομετάλλοι, εντάξει, δεν είναι και υποχρεωτικό να φύγουν. Ναι, λέω, δεν είναι.
No, pero es complementare.